Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. All right, that's better. Looks way better now. Anyways, you guys heard that we had several hours of power outage all day. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to get the stream to go today. Anyways, we're fired up and ready for the stream. Though I gotta wait for Di. So we'll wait for her. We should be going on to the end part. So I'm hoping that's what we're at. So we'll just Oh, I did not ask for you to come up. You gotta come off because I can't deal with you. I don't need you constantly binging me. Okay. Sorry about that. We're still waiting for Di. All right. Di isn't here. I didn't realize she was going to be gone that long. Anyways, I'm going to have to press forward. If she gets here, she gets here. Anyways, let's see where we're at. I'm going to miss a lot if she doesn't come back. All right, here we go. Because I can't keep the stream on pause for long. March 13, 3:45 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the phone, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? Doesn't seem so. No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren? Hey, it's a name that's engraved on that. Miss Pump's pendant data jotted down in my organizer. Ah! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lily, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance! You're kidding! Miss Palms was one of the kidnappers? Yes. Not much. We just found out that she's one of the kidnappers. They also found a Blue Badger costume. Yep. So that will be the one thing that you missed. But you can see that in the background right there behind her. It was me. I held Liz hostage. So Miss Holmes is one of the kidnappers? But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pumps is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? The officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it couldn't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened between the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Did he? Miss Pump, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. That sounds like a lie. She's covering up for somebody. That's what it sounds like, right, Di? I can't believe it! Thanks for the confession. Objection! Agent Lang? It's too much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pumps. Yes? I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? There's a reason why she can't, right, Di? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mud. All right, you heard me. Let's hear about all that evil deed you committed today. Miss Pump's confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pumps, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Okay. Here we go.
Hold it!
How well do you know the victim? I spoke with him only a few times at Lance's house. Few times? That's it? Yes. They only met a few times. I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his land?
Not so fast.
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Was he now? I should probably lower this camera. That's much better. Now you don't just see a head. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Is that the whole truth? Isn't that right, Shana? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't see that coming. You knew? How did you know something like that? No, what should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lorraine. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now, why did I ask your opinion anyway? Anyways, now then. Miss Pumps, let's continue with your testimony. I feel sorry for Kay. Oh, yes, of course.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is the old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Romano. I always figured that that was it, too. And I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad? I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. Uh-oh. Right, Die? Uh-oh. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. A pen. I must truly believe it to be the same wings of Pegasus.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah! And here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but why do you think he did? Or why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing some from the very beginning. Miss Pomps? Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pomps from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claim is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were totally strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over... Miss Pomp, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pomp. So there's kind of two pieces of evidence that we're going to be doing. So, well, before we do Pegasus, we should be doing... Ah, dang it. This one.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This pair of wings, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right! They're the same color and they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. Why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. What? No, that can't be! So the two make a set, huh? It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. Well, it does. You lack imagination, anyway. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. This is a piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. You know what it is, Ty? Go through them, okay. So, here we go. That's all of them. Did you see which one it was? Well, Di asked me to go through them all. No. There's nothing about the crime scene notes that's going to help us. But welcome, Zen Dan. You want to go with Zen, what Zen said, Di? Okay. Whoops.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin DeVore, the name that is etched on the horse pennant. What? What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written in Mr. DeVore's dowser. But what I really want to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind these pendants. Read everything that's in here, Di. If this cursor's in the way, I'll put it over here so you can read it better. Do you see what it says, Di? We're gonna do sole daughter, so because right now wife is irrelevant.
Take that!
Mr. DeVore had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Palm. That's a lie! That person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Ace Attorney has a lot of play on words. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter of his daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? You're thinking it much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair become involved in the house of Amano. And then the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. When you say your scenario is perfectly probable as well, so this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that each other didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. As one really rotten family. That really would happen. I had better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, one is the butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean? I probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. You mean how they plotted to commit the crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Oh, evidence to the counter him. We're stuck at a draw. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's going to wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? Alright, Di, do you know what statement? You think is the third one. Let's read the third one. It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. Well, we actually don't have a proof of that, seeing as though they did end up finding themselves in the house of Amano. So we don't know if it was coincidental or not. Going back one. But isn't it possible that they both knew the fact? Well, that's the point we're trying to make. This case, Lance is Mr. Amano's son. He was kidnapped. Miles Edgeworth was sent on to give the kidnappers ransom money, and then Miles Edgeworth got himself caught in the kidnappers' little heist, and he was captured. So throughout this entire thing, we were trying to figure out who kidnapped Lance. Hello, Red. Welcome to the stream. So that's the quick rundown. Later, we end up finding that Deacon was murdered because we found him in the parking lot. Thank you. Thank you, Red. So now, not only are we finding the kidnappers, we're also finding out who killed Deacon. So you have another thought, Di? Okay, so the last statement is him asking the question to Miles Edgeworth if he agrees with this scenario. So there's really nothing in the last statement. However, that leaves us with this statement before, which is the only one that we have left. Whoops. Now, there is a piece of evidence that would prevent them from knowing who each other were. And that would be all of them. Oh, you want to see the evidence? Okay, so this is the map of Gatewater Park. This is the photo rally. This is the Bible. I can't check this one because it's just a head. Stolen costumes. You can see that there's been 4 taken up here. Then there's 3 missing down here. These are the notes. So, Oliver Deacon, pending autopsy. The pendant. Of course, this is going to say Dosser or Colin Devore. This is the Blue Badger mobile. This is where they found the body, which we discovered that this is not the crime scene. Victim's costume, we don't know what the... Well, we now know what the victim was in. He was in the Blue Badger costume. This is a love letter to Lance from Viola. If you know Viola from Trials and Tribulations, that's the same girl. And we've seen this. Broken prop sword. That's pretty much what it looks like. This is the missing gun, which if you've seen the remains of the costume, this gun is missing. Pendant. This is going to say Lauren D on the back of it. And that's it. Yes, Di? Go through them again. Okay. Costume or costumes? A little.
Objection!
This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? Wait until you find out who the third one is. 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. True. But who's that third person? It all clearly points to 3-MENA group. I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Die? Who do you think it is? Go through them. Let's see. Dick Gumshoe? Obviously not him. We have Ernest Armano. Lance Armano. Kay Faraday, obviously it's not her. Shilong Lang, oh, definitely not him. Sheena, definitely not her. Owler Deacon. Mike Meekins, we just found out that it wasn't him at all. Lauren Pump. Emma Sky, definitely not her. Security lady, Wendy Oldbag, definitely not her. And there you go. Well, Ernest, I can almost guarantee you he didn't know about it. However, Lance may be a good choice because he was involved. Lance Armano! Yes, this abduction was, in fact, schemed by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. You see the faces of the kidnappers? Did you see the face of the kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But one woman. So obviously he had to have seen faces. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah, yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. Oh, I feel like he's lying. Hey, look, his earlobes looks exactly like his dad, except they seem to be attached to his cheeks. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Lance's testimony. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded, the entire time. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passage, I presume. Remember what Kay said about the underground passage. Because remember, when she dropped down into it, she said she couldn't find a way out. How is he able to find a way out? This is what we're going to be thinking about when we cross him on this testimony. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. All of you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Welcome, Jason.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else would it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then, out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. You was in La La again before? When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. It just sounds like to me Lance is always in La La Land. By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. I like that. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers? They spoke in harsh tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. There's definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. Nowadays and age, you gotta be careful when you say, oh, you sound like a woman. Because I can definitely sound like a girl. And I'm clearly a guy.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic smile. You should learn how to use them too. I've been voicing Kay, so that should be close enough, right? And I was basically voicing Lauren. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. Then those cuffs on your wrist. I suppose you're still cuffed in that case. Wait until you see this die. This is hilarious. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from the jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passage to make my escape. Remember, escape to be equal as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passage. Uh-oh. By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff used to travel unnoticed? I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. Once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose? Let me ask you then, how'd you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation and how we made our escape. Indeed, and although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway under a theme park. Ooh, that just sounds like so much fun! I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? We already know the statement for this one, don't we, Di? This is like an eyesore. And it probably should be easy to figure out. So what do we know about the door that he doesn't know about the door? Or maybe he should probably know about the door. Well, he says it was locked. But what did we find out about the room that he was in? Maybe if I move over to the page, probably will give you a little bit of a hint. And this is stuff that we found out yesterday. Or not yesterday, last Monday. Yesterday, we did a stream of Ocarina of Time Ura.
Objection!
You said the door leading outside was locked? Was it really? Did you see that, Di? He says he's stuck in them. What did we just say? We're talking about the room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took a few men to get that thing open, right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that, a sword? It's not especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cupped together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? I have a feeling that he probably did. Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. I get disorientated. But even if I'm sitting in a room disoriented, I am not going to say I didn't notice that sword. And that sword is almost 3 feet long. As if I should accept such a bull-faced lie. Exactly. I would, if I was disoriented, because keys are so small, I wouldn't have been able to notice the key. I probably would notice the coffee because I would smell it. But I think I would notice the sword more than the small tiny key. You locked yourself in the room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. I believe that. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? Yes. He's the rich son. Yes, I think that is motive enough. Because he wants daddy's money.
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit the crime. You're gonna like this piece of evidence. And I told you to remember the evidence. Did you remember the evidence? Sen said it. Do you want to go with it? To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. Exactly. Rich boy's son wanted daddy's money. The rich son wanted daddy's money because he couldn't get daddy's money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Here he goes again. Out of the handcuffs, back in. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man. Huh? All right. I give up. I abducted myself. Boy, do I sound like an ass now. Lance! It's over, Loli. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. And all I wanted was to go with you to a new town. Somewhere where no one would know us. wanted us to be well off with that $1 million. Now, that dream is over. Oh, Liz! Then, you're giving yourself up? Yes. I had planned to run away from this world with my Lily. Oliver even helped us with the plan. But then, he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money? That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lily and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lily left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Mickens saw was his pumps. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lily right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it! That person was not my father! Because if he was, I just killed my own father! Oh, God. Lily, then it really was you? Oh, chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But the Badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground and I ran scared for my life. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Loli, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn out into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pomps? She shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But not girly enough? Are you? What do you mean? All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? So, at the stadium...
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's what I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had ran off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and look and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear the last statement one more time? Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes. I'm about to die, I thought. So...
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon? The guns, I believe, are his dad's. Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. All right.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after you were shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Exactly. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. So, we got a new statement. And, Di, do you think we should attack that statement? Let's see. There we go. That's the statement we're looking for. So, what do we know? What do we know about this? There's one piece of evidence that we know that contradicts this statement. I'll give you a hint. We've already seen the evidence already twice. We've used it once. You mean the missing gun? You mean this? But this doesn't help us. I will let you read that, Di. So he seems rather thin for a 5'8" man. So what does it say? He's right-handed, you're correct.
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then, the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. So the stage was not the crime scene. If Mr. Deacon was not on the stage at that time, it would prove that the stage wasn't the murder scene. Just said it right there. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun was with his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pumps was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with this smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pumps told us earlier there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. In that case, Miss Pops. Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the bad badger. He had those huge sunglasses on his face. But if that's the case, even I can see there was a huge contradiction. Why didn't you? Why didn't you? Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. I will hold on to what you said, then. I'm waiting for Dice to respond back. Well, technically it was. Let's show you the evidence. So, we have a missing model gun on the bad badger. And you've seen the costume, it didn't have a gun on it. So, it's still a bad badger. The question is, why is that gun missing? We know this middle section here doesn't make any sense at all. So what Zen said is correct. They're both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both of his hands. Well, I'm going to give you a hint. The evidence is on this page. Though it will probably take a while to figure out why. The costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now! The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, it's not possible that the entire body was that of the... Is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the badger Miss Pop saw really belonged to this badger. Which badger? We're going to have to go with the proto on this one, but I can see why you would say the blue badger. But the reason why I would definitely think it's proto badger, because it's just a plain outfit. It just has no like real meaning to it because it could reference to anything.
Take that!
What the heck is this? It's the proto badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of illumination. Miss Pumps was wearing the blue badger's costume. See? She was wearing the blue badger costume. That's why it couldn't be the blue badger dye. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume? That would be Lance. 3 times. Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Romano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon, on top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing. The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to head Miss Pops into believing that she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so she could pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha. I have no idea who you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Romano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? 4 times. No! That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? Left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? That has everything to do with it. It depends. According to Miss Pop, her attacker held a gun in his left hand. Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. You want to go to the next page? Oh, don't do that, don't do that to me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Di? I'm pretty sure that's what she's thinking too. I'm thinking that's what she's thinking too. Am I correct, Di? Hold on, let me fix my emulator. We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout. A broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blank. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. I've heard enough. All you've been spotting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. You saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Pop saw. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By the time Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon, he had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the next room. After that, the two of us put our costumes and made our escape. So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at the time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard this plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at this time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about the account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. When exactly did you arrive back to the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. And where were you until the time you returned? I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route. Oh, so each of them had their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time? He looked sad. He also looked a little down. When I saw the sadness in his eyes, I... Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then, are you telling me that you did not confront or confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. It had a Bad Badger's head on. So I'm absolutely sure. We have a problem here. And Di will take you very quickly to figure out what the problem is. Then that just had to be Mr. Deacon. You saw Bad Badger's head. Yeah. Think about the situation. She's in the kidnapper's hideout, looking through the slit in the door. She sees a Bad Badger head tied to a pole. Now, what room are we looking in? Pieces are starting to come together, aren't they? She's looking into the room where the costumes are supposed to be. That's the room. And if you think about that room, then you can think about who she saw. And that will be your answer. The captive had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in the Bad Badger costume? Yes, and it would appear that she misread the whole situation. Well, now, should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Pup, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. So we're going to use evidence first.
Take that!
Miss Pups, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Now you know the answer, don't you, Di? It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me? Even after I had handed over the ransom? Uh-oh. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right? That you showed Miss Pomps a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on, and then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. What do you mean pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway. Hold on your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of yours, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pop would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really had no idea if it was you there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing. God! Who said that? Please, wait. Mr. Romano. Ho ho ho, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! Let's see. You are the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Do you know? Oh. Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun! Well, I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found... I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went around and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. No. Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the chief of police. Please allow Mr. Romano complete freedom to do as he sees fit. What? The chief of police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. There now. There is no need to be so upset. I played them all. I have literally played them all. Including the fan translation prosecutor's path. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. That's not correct. You're in our country, you are bound by the law. Doesn't matter if you're Interpol or not. You still have to abide by the country's laws. See, cops aren't really above the law. Neither are Interpol agents. No. This wasn't meant to strong on you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Ugh. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. Yes and no. So they have to have authorization with the FBI. So the FBI has to give them clearance and stuff to do the investigation and stuff. So, because the FBI is responsible for all sorts of legality within the United States. So if Interpol has to come in, they have to have clearance with the FBI. The police only does the district areas. It doesn't matter who found the evidence, its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensic research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the test. They verified the blood of this costume belonging to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lorraine. What? You disappointed me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. This, you'll have no reason left to push my power, my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Di is probably saying this in her sleep right now, because we've seen this in every single case so far. Oh. Di! Is there something that you see? I'm sure everybody sees it. But I won't point it out. But there is something hidden. Well, yeah, we can see those, but there's something hidden. Looks pretty close. Look pretty close, you'll probably see it. This hole here, that's a gunshot wound. If you look hard, you'll see it. Tell me if you see it. Because I think I'm going to examine it first. Do you see it? What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Platinum silver. Actually, no. Actually, I know what that is. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But where are they in here? Why are they in here? So, think about that. We're finding mirror shards. Where's the only place that has mirrors? I'm gonna give you a hint. Ooh. That should give you a slight hint. How does that help? Well, let's see. What says food? And what makes the I can read Gatewater, but I can't read the rest of it. The rest of it's in Spanish. If anybody knows Spanish, they can translate. But welcome. I'm gonna call you Darkness. Welcome, Darkness. I'll let you think about that. Death from a fighting game. So you don't watch those little cartoons where they have like the Halloween stuff and they make the or maybe you think of The Sims 3 on the full moon, you got Ghost, exactly. This bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Point blank. Wait, these burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it's proof that the victim was shot at point blank range. Victim's costume data updated into my organizer. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver data jotted down in my organizer. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. So where would you find ghosts? Decisive evidence. Make no mistake. There are fingerprints on the murderous gun. And they prove that it was Loli who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lily's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lily was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no! This isn't helpful at all! Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lily. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. A job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all of this evidence? While the evidence doesn't lie, testimonies can. Oh, this one might be over in a second.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pop? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money could buy perform. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Presto, yes. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's print should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on this gun is you have 3 evidence that you can actually pick. This one, stolen costumes. You want to go with stolen costumes?
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to leave any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? He's right. But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. Bingo! To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That's when Miss Pop's prints were found. Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Brrr. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? Fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her! But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? 6 times? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. So, what evidence? No, this doesn't help us. This won't help us at all. Why? As Edgeworth said, he was wearing a costume, so the evidence on the body isn't going to help us. However, this should probably help us, right? Does gunpowder burn? Point blank? Right?
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. And, Di, you can probably figure this out, right?
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah! So then, you mean the murder Miss Oldback saw at the stadium really was? Yes. He saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ha! Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was in prison was I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. And where is that, Di?
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. A haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was a haunted house? What is it, Di? I believe you know what it is. The mirror shard. Correct.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's exactly pretty dangerous. However, there is one piece I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. So, tell me, Colonel Mustard, did you do it? After that, you stole the Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. Clue reference, if you guys didn't get that. The timing of when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Mono, but I cannot do that.
Now go back.
Stay quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Hermano, correct? I mean you. Now be quiet, Grant. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mere bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Gina, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. Now we're going back to the haunted house. But the problem is, why is it there? Was it there, put there after the murder happened? Because this mirror is indeed broken. But as you can see, there's no shards in the mirror, which obviously leads me to believe that this mirror was at the haunted house before the murder happened, which would indicate that probably this was the mirror that Mr. Deacon was pushed up against. Lance decided that he was going to hide evidence, brought it in the hideout because I guess the broken shards were covered in blood after Deacon was shot. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor. So, the probability is very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on Truth's Path, the word probability does not exist. Unfortunately, you have to use probability when solving a case, because if the probability is high, the evidence is likely to be factual. The only thing that does is decisive proof. Well, probability can also figure out decisive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around that time. I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt is connected to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Teh! Shina! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater group's approval. Hold it. Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Armano? Agent Lang? If you would please take a look at this. What is this? Tina! It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Haywire Landing hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump of sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. What? As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you? You would think he would own the whole park if he owned the haunted house. You can't own just part of the haunted house. It's on a property. There's no way you can have a deed for part of the property. I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can spare $1 million in a blink of an eye. Is that $1 million paid? Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it. You may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Armano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. To be continued. All right. Questions? Concerns? Criticisms? Anybody else still in chat? Okay, what can we make out of this? You're right, he is. And he apparently has an insightful grudge against Lawrence. Probably also has a grudge against Oliver Deacon now, after he tried to kill Lance. So the next part is actually going to be pretty short. March 13th, 4:27 p.m., Gatewater Landing Gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yes. The Yatagarasu is noble, and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. Worth a try. Agent Lang? Ah! Do you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll put the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? Di, this is a lot more elaborate than a mere toy, don't you think? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Yeah, maybe I have and maybe I haven't. But I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in the place at that time. if I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Eh? What was it, Badge? You're doing all the way down there. I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was a silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. That's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There is only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was laying in wait here. So with the evidence that we have, where do you think the assailant was? Gonna get a little confusing.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was, in fact, a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance, what are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of the picking up the ransom money. Didn't set foot inside. Telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me? Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting this new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation, haunted house. Alright, let's talk to Kay first. Yes? Okay, how was it? Little thief. Only fired and recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But you know, I can't believe I'm replicating a haunted house, and that will take about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. Can't say I understand what is so exciting about the recreation of a crime scene. In any case, I believe that it is very probable that the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, then we will finally arrive at the truth. Yeah, so what are you waiting for? Let's get investigating. Alright, so Di, you can already see which is like, let's see. Examine the mirror. Let's go and look at a mirror. Shall we? When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Dude, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene, thanks to these mirror shards. Okay. Hey, wait. These shards. There's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look! There's some sort of design on the back, too. The pieces from this costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Would it be that other pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Mirror fragment data updated in my organizer. Okay. Now let's examine the bad badger as you didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea, but I doubt it was someone's bare hand. Okay. Then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch! Sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say that? Just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. Do you see it?
Take that!
I haven't. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes. Although, we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. It's probably that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. Maybe worth more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on the sword? The obvious one, right, Di? That's what you're thinking. The obvious one. The culprit were wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Senior Link, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice? Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you, right? Broken prop sword data updated in my organizer. Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There we go, Di. That saying has showed up again. So now what we're doing, because there's one thing that don't make sense. It don't make sense. Is this spot somewhere connected to any of the evidence I hold? What do you think, Di? Well, the gun's right there. So the gun's correctly in the left hand or right hand. So can't really use the gun. However, this is a problem based on the new evidence that we have. Remember, this was found. Finally, I found a clear contradiction of the facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? The culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large hand dart attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, it couldn't be the left hand or both hands. Must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it only creates a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to the right to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The bad badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he couldn't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right! Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Eek! Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but the level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say the proto-badger. You got it. Here I go! Now, we have a facial recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget is sure packed to punch right, Sheena. Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief. You mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You got your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusion you two keep spewing don't wait this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it like that, put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you witnessed, Shirley, is written right here in this pamphlet. 7 wonders of the haunted house. The disappearing badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. As you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Sweetwater Land pamphlet that updated in my organizer. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Does it? But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, he could. How could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, I wonder if you could please input this new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit. Not until I can declare that I've found the truth. And Elaine, for the additional information, you wet my face. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So, come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. So. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Di, have you remember this line? I'm gonna say yes. So, just by looking at this thing, we have a problem, don't we? I already know what to put together, so I'm gonna see if you can figure it out. Do you need evidence to help you out, Di? All right, well, let's take a look at the Blue Badger Bible, shall we? Let's take a look at this, okay? Now, as we look at this, you can already see the problem, don't you? So look at the blue badger. Remember how he looks in the Bible, okay? If you need to screenshot that for your reference, go ahead and do it. And save it somewhere where you can actually look at it. Okay? Okay. Do you see it? You see it now. Okay. Is this spot somewhere connected to any of the evidence I hold? So, we're gonna use this, because that makes it easy on you, right? Hold on a second there. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in this pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? The blue badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. All right. I would say, Di, can you piece together what we have? But I think you can already figure this one out, right? Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors? A house of mirrors. Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirrored image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of the real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror, oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like this? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just an attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. You know what it is? Next page. Okay, we'll see what's on the next page. What's on the next page? Going on the back page. All right. There is something on this page, yes. What is it? Okay. You want to see the details? Here's some detail. Then we have this. See some details. Then we have this. Of course, you've seen this a number of times already. Blue badger head. Selling costumes, you've seen this a number of times too. Mr. Deacon's murder notes. Of course, we don't have to go through all of them. We already know this information. This should be the last one, dependent. The rally is not going to help us. because the rally has nothing to do with the haunted house. One thing this has something to do with it.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for the trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. To move a reflective image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of the fragment had a design on them. Ah! And if the pattern is the same as the outer wall in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the wall. Guess what Edgeworth just figured out, Di? What did Edward just figured out? He figured out the secrets to a magic trick. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. Where would the culprit be? Well, of course he's going to be in the hallway, but where in the hallway?
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond. And it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of this movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it is most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these shards, inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go now. The sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ack! Don't scare me like that! Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I enter the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe this is how it was before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway, and then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You entered what? Then? Yes, I believe it was then the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside in the hallway again, the mirror walls did no longer exist, Kay. Please recreate that. Got it. Wait. But with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction now has reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies. Right here. Because when Edgeworth left, he saw the badger sitting out there. So that's where the inconsistency is.
Take that!
Okay. Take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not there. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. Guess who was there, Di? If you piece all the evidence that we have, who was there? You're correct. That would be where the victim was laying. That sounds like a horror movie. Yes, Pursuit of Star, you missed a lot. We just solved the haunted house mystery. And we discovered where the victim's body was at the time that Miles Edgeworth was in the haunted house. So, let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. The evidence that you're looking for, yeah, we can use that one.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. Erk! What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of the death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what, the cause was the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Oh yeah! Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Eek! Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? Eek! It was you, Lance Amano. I'm so sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him! The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. Those handcuffs should be busted. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. Whatever you call it, he's getting arrested. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang? I leave the rest to you. Hey! As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Oh, wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. You're the owner of the haunted house, so, yeah, I would put you under arrest too. Because you probably planted the whole thing. Since you used the ransom money to buy the haunted house. The only person you should be arresting is me. Dad! Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Exactly, that's the point. Grrr. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wooed me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know? You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena! It's known as the KG-8 incident. This case will become relevant later. The KG-8 incident? Or I should say KG-8 incident. Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an international smuggling ring. Smuggling? There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin DeVore. Father! Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. DeVore, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. DeVore was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. No. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're talking about... We're taking you down to the precinct anyways for a nice long chat. Hold it! What the? Who the heck was that? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jack Portsman. And I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jack! Thanks, you're here. Thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. A whole lot of you. We already know who this guy is. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Yes, him. It seems confusing, right, Di? Because we met him in case 1. Like I said, case 1 is not the first case in this game. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Ha! It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Romano in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang suspected my relations to Mr. Romano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Kammer, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence for that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Ha 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 ha! Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by those ideas. Is it any wonder that court produced nothing but falsity and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the court. Why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured that next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang and Zhangfa, the heads of all police-related divisions in that country of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were reverted. But that was long ago. They don't hold any sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the court. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence, purity, was tarnished. It cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and unwillingly to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We better catch up. Yeah. We still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed home ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home too, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's all right with you, can you drop me off in my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me. Yes, what is it? That is, thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I am a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Palps, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the stage self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of you, your presence, as Paul. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to proceed, of course, Mr. DeBari into cooperating. Father. As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relations to you. Hello, Phoenix. Thank you for the raid. Who else came with you on the raid? Did you win? You saw him win? Sonic 2 is a little harder than Sonic 1. But it's not as hard as you made it out to be, but congratulations on beating Sonic 2. The harder part, the hardest one, the next one is technically Sonic CD. Sonic CD came out before Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And Sonic CD is not easy. I appreciate the raid. We are going to be coming to an end very soon with this stream too. As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relations to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. So, 400 more subs, you should qualify for the Light program, the Light Partnership program. Dai, who's almost close to 300, has less than that. Yes. But once you do get it, and if you want to be placed on the partner program, you have to follow every step that they give you, okay? Otherwise, YouTube's not going to pay you. I'm fighting to try to get 1,000 because then I can set up my monetization. Ads should be playing on my channel, but I can't control them. I only earn what YouTube gives me. So which isn't that much. It'll be a little bit more when I get 1,000 subs. I can gain money by memberships and donations. You can send super chats. You can also go to my PayPal link, which put an exclamation PayPal in the chat. And Phoenix, if you would, could you drop exclamation point raidlove? Because that link right there, the header of the raid drops that, and the bot will automatically drop your channel link there. I myself can drop that link. You have to have, I would have to have Streamlabs Cloud Bot to be able to set up it differently. However, that is the command to address the raid. Guy, if you want, drop exclamation point PayPal, and I'll drop the PayPal link. You can also go to Super Chat, and you can donate through Super Chat. So I get about 70% of it. The other is YouTube. And unfortunately, after just filling out the W-9 form, I get a little more than 70% because it says that YouTube is going to be collecting 27%, which means I get 73%. So that's pretty good. Memberships, I'm supposed to get all of that for membership. So you can be a member for the channel. It helps out. It's only $1.99 a month for a membership. I kept it that low because I could have left it at the default setting, which was $4.99. But I dropped it down to $1.99 because then it'll help. It helps those who wants to become members because they don't have to pay so much, and then I generate a revenue anyways. Other people have set it down to the lowest, which they do that because they're not in it for the money. I'm not really in it for the money, but I gotta have a little bit of revenue to keep rent and bills going, which isn't your guys' business. It's the reason why I'm doing YouTube. But that's the sole reason why I'm doing the partner program, is so I can keep the bills up. So we can have additional money, and to also get any games for streaming as well, and to keep all of our equipment updated as well, so that we can keep the streaming and posting content further. Which we're in the process of trying to replace a controller here. However, as the Yamano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome. Although there is no need to thank me. Di. Does she act like she has a crush on Edgeworth? No, Lorraine, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you are. What are you talking about? He's 26 years old. How old are you? You're 19. You're literally 7 years apart. Looks like you're completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow. Your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smart. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Sadly. But there's one girl that he has eyes for, and there's one girl that Phoenix Wright has eyes for. And sadly, we probably won't ever see her again. I'm going to be honest with you, Phoenix. Sonic CD is probably the hardest out of those 4 games. But it does follow after Sonic 2 in releases. But it is way harder than the first 2. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Iris. Can you imagine that love triangle? Phoenix Wright, Miles Edgeworth, top of that pyramid, top of that triangle, Iris. Yeah. I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. Maybe he has. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal, Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memory. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember? That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past, to that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child K, and Detective Gumshoe. Okay. So, this will start next week. It's going to be short, and I have a feeling it's going to take me about 2 weeks to do. And episode 5 is going to be the longest case I've ever done. Maybe not as long as Rise from the Ashes, but pretty close. We're pretty close. Di still has not quite forgotten Rise from the Ashes. I don't think so. I actually don't think I'll be done before the collection releases. I actually think I'll still be working on episode 5 by the end of September, which means Prosecutor's Gambit will have to be in October. No, it's not going to be a dual raid. Because you were here, I would have done a dual raid if you were here, like, as I was ending. But I was still in the middle of finishing up the game. Well, you can join me to the next one, and then you could probably figure out who you can raid. Alright, we can close this. I will close that tab. Guys, this could also help you too if you need to find any raid targets too. You know what? Di knows the person that we're going to raid. A Yoshi icon. There you are. Di, you should know who this is. You should know exactly who that is, right? He's playing Super Mario Odyssey. So That was an enduring case during the ending heat, struggling through the power outage that lasted for about 2.5 hours. Imagine no power for 2.5 hours. And to top it off, that's not the longest I went out of electric before. I can remember being in my parents' home, and we were out of power for a week. Imagine that. And the fact that we had to go and buy ice because, one, we had to clean out the freezer in the back room, pull out everything from the freezer and put them in coolers and put them under ice because our electric company forgot that McCrae Brook had homes because they thought they were camps because they never updated the information to let them know that there's homes across that road. But I digress. All right, that'll be from me. You guys all have a wonderful night.